Right. So if you see there is this star thing, if you click to that, mm, yeah, yeah, then you have to click to that gateway. So we have a two wizard. One, you can take a help of the checkpoint to configure the gateway, which is wizard mode, and one you can take a classic mode. Okay? Uh, I generally prefer classic mode because I know the stuff. As you are new, you can go for the wizard mode. It's up to you. It depends, right? Uh, Give it a name there of the gateway, the IP address. Then, before doing this communication, if you see there is an open server, the OS name, and the Gaia, you have to verify these details. Okay. And what feature would you like to have this gateway to give you? So, say you want application control, you want URL filtering, you want threat emulation, you want IPS, whatever it is, you just have to tick mark. So for now, tick mark at IPS. It is under threat prevention. Yeah, just tick mark, and it tell you. Uh, uh, yeah, go ahead again. It tell you that according to the threat prevention policy or detect only. So whenever in a real world, whenever we enable the IPS, okay, we generally go for the detect only. Why? Because we don't know which IPS signature will cause what issue with whatever the traffic is passing from the gateway. And this, yeah, right. IPS stand for Intrusion Prevention System. Basically, what it does, uh, whatever the attacks are happening on your, say, your on your firewall or on your network, so those attacks comes with certain signatures, certain detection methods. So based on the signatures, based on the attacks, the nomic nature, uh, this IPS detect that thing, and this you have a privilege to drop that traffic or block that traffic without inter. Yes, DoD is also part of the IPS. So there is a SIM flood attack kind of thing. So if you, I will show you that when we talk on the IPS. Okay. So how do we implement this thing? For now, just okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah. For now, we have just open for the two blades. Uh, Once you verify the things, you have to click that communication button. Right. Secure internet. Yeah. So you have to be little bit slow down because I have to explain you something. Yeah. So for now, just close this thing. Just close and go back to that communication. Click to that communication. Uh, Click that test SIC status. So remember we discussed three status. One is communicating, one is unknown, and one was something else over there. So I told you that if it is a communicating, that means your security gateway and the this thing SMS are in sync, right? And if you note, there is a DN signature below. That is the the certificate part of it, as we discussed. We call it like this internal certificate authority and everything, exchange and everything happens. So this is a thing you can keep with you, that this is what it is, right? Now you can close this, and then there is something called reset also. Just go back to that communication. There is something called reset. You don't have to click that. Don't. Okay, just don't do anything over there for now. Reset is something, as you asked me that, okay, if some after some year you see there is a no communication happening between the SMS and the gateway. So here you can do the reset, okay, but this is a hub part. So you are doing reset from the SMS. You have to do reset from the gateway also, okay. Say no here, or better do one thing, just reset this. Assume that we are in a scenario where the reset it. So this is, now go to that test SIC status again. No, no worries, I know. Uh, See, we already discussed. Now there is no communication happening between the gateway and your SMS. That's why it's saying unknown. You got my point. We were discussing this in theoretical part. Now we are seeing the same thing on a practical way. Okay, I'll give you in a minute. Let me go back to the document. And just quickly look at my document. Yeah, not communicating. Communicate. Yeah, yeah, yes. Yeah. Just close this and now go to the CLI of the gateway. Yeah, go for it. You know the command. Yeah. Yeah. So go to the expert mode. I'll give the command. The command is on chat. I think both will work, but let's try. Let's try. Why not? Once you copy paste, come back again here. I just have to explain a few things. Give me one sec. Okay. So if you see, there are different things. One is app, one is PID, one is stat, one is start, and the time, and the monitoring status and the command and everything. App is nothing but the applications or the processes, or in other word, we also call it as a daemons. Okay. PID is the process ID for that daemon. So if you want to stop any process, so you just kill this process ID. Okay. This is what we do. The E stand for here is for the established. Okay. So yeah. So it's established. So you don't have to worry that everything is working well. But however, sometime you will see T here, T as in terminated. So sometimes, say this AWD process, which is responsible for say XYZ task, and this XYZ task is not working, and you come here and you see this command and you see, oh, there is a T in front of it. That means that process is got terminated. So what you do, you restart the process and then it's again resume the work. Ideally, you do the complete gateway start stop. Okay. Otherwise, specifically, there are command. Uh, yeah, yeah, yeah. So there are multiple commands for that. Uh, so that is a part of the advanced course. Where we'll do the terminate these things, and then we'll start to restart, and we'll see where it getting impacted, and how it impacted, and what process comes to the picture. That is a CCSA part. System CP as in. Yeah, so here we have a command like cp stop, cp start. Just copy paste onto the chat, cp start and cp stop. So if you want to stop this firewall, you know, button rebooting, stopping the process, so you will write cp stop. And if you want to start the process, you will write cp start. So, okay. Yeah, all the services will stop or start. But firewall will be active. Firewall will not stop. The firewall services will stop. In other word, uh, your functionality will stop. So you don't have to use this command until unless they necessary to in real production environment, uh, without downtime, without maintenance window, you don't have to do this at all. Okay? So now go ahead and establish this trust again. Mhm. One is just a number they give. So if it is started, everything well, it gives you one. And if it's, for example, started, stop, again started, that means something happens twice, so it will give you two, like that. That doesn't matter. And this is something like a monitoring part. So which process is currently under monitoring stage? So CPD is always be the monitoring. Why? Uh, when we talk about these daemons, we learn about the daemon thing. Every daemon has a different functionality. Okay, like that. Will we cover that in a CCSA? Yeah, yeah, yeah. And go slow because whatever the output comes, I have to explain each and everything to you, right? So that way you don't have any question in mind in future. Manage this. As we've seen, these are the things into the picture. One is your security algorithm, one is encryption, one is certificate. So we are witnessing the same, right? Cool. Okay. Now we will see some command line stuff. Okay. Click OK. Go to the command line. Right. Now, just run that command fw get interface ifs. Right. You have the two interfaces configured, ETH0, ETH1. Right. Now, let's try to run a TCP dump command. But before that, if you like to understand what is TCP dump and more details on that, I am going to explain you, but not entire commands and all the parts. So I'm just giving you one link or a chat. Uh, it's very nice link. You can refer it for your theoretical part. Look into the chat and just open that link. For now, I'll tell you to look that link. Okay. Yeah. So this document will help you to at least grab how the TCP dump works. What are the things? Okay. Once that is done, just come back to the CLI. Yeah, yeah. Go ahead. No, take your time for this. So what you will do first? Just type TCP dump and press enter. Let's see what output it gives. Right. Let's see. You will see there. the IP address, the gateway, and a lot of details. For example, whatever the communication is happening, you are seeing here, right? Now, what you can do, just see by default, it takes which interface. It will not show you here. Okay. So by default, it takes your primary interface, whichever it is. So you consider this is ETH0. So there is a trick to see which interface traffic is passing from what. So I will tell you later way. But now, just go ahead and do the filtering for, say, I'll give the command, same command, just with the what we call option. TCP dump. I'm just copy pasting on chat. Say like this. So now we are just removing those DNS thing. We will see. Just press the and if you compare the output, you will get the answer for it. Because this is how you need to learn onwards. Because that's why I'm not telling you each and everything, so that at least your brain will start thinking in that. Just see what you get there. So basically, I tell you, one N will not resolve your hostname, and if you have a two N, then it will not resolve your ports. Okay. Most of the time, we don't care about the ports. We don't care about the DNS names. Okay. Why we don't do that? Okay. But if you care about the ports, if you want to have those also in place, you know, in that case, uh, uh, I'm talking about the port resolution. You know, sometimes the port 80, okay, it resolves to the say HTTP, right, like that. You know, if you don't care about that, then I'm using double N. So like that, there is a lot of options. Okay, you can use. Now let's see actual that command output what it is. Okay, just closely look into any of this output. Okay, and tell me what you are observing here. Okay, okay. Don't confuse. Just scroll a little bit up. Scroll up to the beginning when we started the TCP dump command. For now, the P only, right? When we actually try this, looking at the details from source to destination, that time I will tell you what, why the P is there. But basically, the P is your TCP flag. So if you learn the TCP flags, we have a flag like SYNAC, right? Then your R flag for the reset, F flag for finish, P flag for push. Okay. So here, what we are observing, 192.168.20.50 is you are hitting over port 22, which is SSH. Okay, and you are going to 192.168.20.63. Okay, that is a destination port, but that communication is pushed, okay, pushed back. That's why it may be not establishing or something happening with that. On that P, you will see sometime S. Okay, we will going to see that. S means sync. Whenever you initiate a very first communication to anything, okay, as per the TCP three-way handshake rule, the first packet is always sync packet. So over that P, you will see S. Okay, and that is very important during the troubleshooting. Okay, then some after that you will see there like F. Okay, you will see there like A, something like that, or P. Okay, so based on this flag, you need to recognize what is happening. For example, you will see S there, you will see acknowledge there, and after that, at the last, you will see F. Okay, F means the sync is happen, acknowledgement happen, data get communicated, and now it's F. That means that communication got finished without any issue. Sometimes you will see there R, that R indicates that your communication resetted. Okay, so tomorrow this is a little bit deeper troubleshooting things we will going to look in our later videos, uh, content. But now I'm just telling you how you have to think here. Okay, yeah, yeah, of course, why not? Just do it at the last, I believe, after the uh, yeah, yes, yeah. And TCP dump works at the layer 2. Okay. So here you will not see the layer 3 traffic. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. No. It is layer 2 traffic. It's more of your MAC address and everything. Okay. Uh, layer 2 traffic, how to capture, we'll be seeing when we do the AW monitor. Okay. This is just a simple demo I have given you. It's not complete entire thing I have explained you about the TCP dump. Okay. I just want your curiosity to go down towards the TCP dump, so we will cover the rest of the topics. Okay. Okay. Now, Let's go for the new next command. See, we have to play a lot of commands. As you are admin, just try to become a friend of command lines. So now go to the command. Type there clear. Okay. Now type the command fw space stat. I'll put into the chat as well. Enter. Yeah, send the same command. Just enter. So this command gives you the latest details of your policy installation. Currently, which policy is at your firewall gateway, right? So say you have a 10 gateways, okay, and you want to see which gateway is having which policy package. This is very simple environment, like we have one gateway, but imagine you are at an environment where you have a 10 gateways, okay, and you have multiple policy packages. We are going to see when we are in the learning of these security policies, okay, what is policy package and everything. For now, just consider what is, I'm just saying the policy package is something related to a policy. And we have a multiple policy packages. So which policy package is installed at which gateway? This is the your command to see that thing. Okay. I'm going to show you that. I'm going to show you that. Just for now, just what I'm saying, because when we go to the next lab, which is the policy, then this doubt will again clear. Okay. So now, next command is fw. I'll write onto the chat. This is the command. Fw unload local. Just copy paste into the chat. Now press same fw stat again. Yeah, here only. Tell me when we will use this unload local as per the whatever thing. See, you will not lose connection to the gateway. Okay, but see, consider tomorrow you are doing some work on the checkpoint firewall, okay, and by mistakenly you have installed, say, policy package for gateway 3 to the policy to the gateway 2, okay. Mistake happens, man. Come on, we are admin. Mistake happens. In that situation, how you can get rid of that policy package? In a second, you come here, you unload local, that policy package will erase from that gateway, and you will go back to the security policy and you will push the policy to the relevant policy packages. Why not? The situation is that you already put it the wrong policy package, okay, and something wrong is already started happening, right? In that situation, whether the gateway having a policy package or not having a policy package doesn't matter, right? Doesn't matter. That's why this command is there, and it's very useful command. Then next command is fw version, fwver. I'm just typing onto the chat as well. It will give us the what is your current gateway version, right? Then there is a command fw uptime. This command looks simple. Just type uptime. Sorry, remove that FW. This command looks simple, but it plays very important role. Why? Because if your gateway rebooted somehow, okay, sometimes the alerts are not comes due to one or the another reason. How you come to know your gateways got rebooted? By typing this command, you will see, okay, at what time the gateway is up. Since if it's running, say, since from 5 years, you will see the 5 years here. Okay, and say suppose it's got yesterday rebooted, you will see the 1 day here. In that sense, you will have these commands. Okay. Now, uh, yeah, it will work. It will work. It will work. But maybe 10 commands. You will see. See, whatever the Linux stuff you want to do, you can do. This is lab. Okay. See, if you have a free time, you can learn, execute. You even can develop the Bash script as well. With that, you can, you know, you can come to the altogether different level. It's up to you, man, how you can learn these things. Now, next command is command to see the routing of your gateway. So, like we type into the chat, netstat -rn. This gives you your routing table details. So currently, there is something called default route. What that means? Right. So usually this next hook IP is your external gateway IP address or external routers or something like that. We forward whatever is hitting to this will go to that default route like that. Right. Routing also, depending on your requirement of your environment, uh, it comes to you. Okay, this is what the source and this is what the subnet, and this is has to go from there. These details you get from your whatever the security architect or whosoever provide those details. You don't have to worry on these details. Okay, this is already given by someone to you. You need to know how to configure that. Okay. Uh, in a web UI, I will show you where you can configure this. Before that, let's go ahead and type one more command, which is netstat -an. So now you will see which port is at which state. Like, is it listening? It's getting established. Which port established? Which is at the listening stage? You know. Uh, This will help you to do the troubleshooting with your gateway. For example, your gateway runs on some, say, port 18191, for example. Okay. And somehow you're not able to connect to the gateway. Okay. Or connect to your management server, like the initial communication, what we do, like from the smartphones. So in that case, what you do, you come to here, you run this command, dash an, and you will see what is the status of that. If it is at the listening stage, obviously there is no issue from the process perspective. But it's not at the listening state, it has some other state, like terminated or something else. So you know what to do after that. You just have to reboot that and you good to go. Right? Yeah. So now you are at this expert level. Now you want to go to the standard mode. How you can go? There is a way. You have to type command clish. We call it tish. Okay. Sometimes it not happens. It says You can't start interactive session from another interactive sessions. If you see this message, you have to type exit. Just type exit, and you go to that standard mode. And right now, run the command say show interface and give the interface name. And say ETH0. So in that way, you will see the interface details. Okay. If you want to see the route from here, you can do that. Just type the command show route, route, ROUT. Okay. You will see the route, but the format is sort of different, right? Cisco format. And if you just say so show and give space, I mean give tab, you will see whatever the things you want to see, like the show command. You can play here whatever you like to play. You know, awesome. This guy is for the command line, man. I mean, if you really want to, get a feel of this checkpoint firewall, forget GUI. Just come to the command line. We used to say add 100 and 200 objects within one command. Usually, people do come to that console, add object and add the multiple one takes hundreds of hours, but we used to do in a minute. So that was the beauty of the command line of this. If you compare same with the Palo Alto, the Palo Alto's root access, where actually these main commands are located, is not with us. It's with the Palo Alto itself. So that flexibility is not here. It's wide open. You will go to the end level of access to this gateway from this CLI. But with the other vendors, they keep the access with them. That one drawback I found. Yeah, you can play at whatever level you want to play with this. Okay. So what we will do now, we'll have a quick 10 minutes break. Sip couple of sip coffee. I will sip some tea, and then we'll come back and we'll do the next lab, which is your policy. You have any query on this so far? Yeah, yeah, go ahead. Okay. Yeah. All right. So, so for any question, good, right? No worries. So, let's talk about the policy. Okay. Before that, we'll talk about where we manage what objects, what things. I mean, we'll just brief about this. Whatever you are seeing on the screen, at which part, which thing we call it. I mean, let me show you that. So, this area, we call it like a object plane. Yeah, yeah. But again, this is a half area. Actually, this is not the object plane, but this is kind of shortcut. From here we do the things. Then this area is actually where we do the policy creation, policy, defining the policy and everything. So we call it as a policy area. Okay, and this area where your actual firewall's functionality is located. So we call it as a functional area. So whatever the things you want to get, you will get from this area. Yeah. And the last one, this is your, we call it like, in earlier checkpoint versions, we were having a blade structure, like application, your filtering blade, IPS blade, firewall blade, VPN blade. So everywhere we used to see different types. So here is IPS, here is a VPN, here is a URL. You know, when you click this tab, these settings get open. But with this Gaia, everything got changed, and you will see this. We won't see that blade structure anymore. But those things, got integrated in this area. It's just yeah, underneath of this. So the gateway and the policy combined, we call it like a firewall blade. Uh, this is we call it a monitor blade. You know, here also we have a different blades. Okay, so we'll see these things one by one. Okay, but for now we'll talk about the policy and the object creation. You see this little crown sign. Okay, when you go there and you will get the menu details. Okay, so number one option is your managing policies and layers. Okay, but before that we'll see the number two option, which is your object explorer. So if you created any object, if you have created anything, okay, you just have to come here, and if you want to search that thing, you will search from here. For example, I want to search, say, some object I have created which named, say, 1 and 1. Yeah, yes, is object oriented. Like this firewall since day one, it's object oriented firewall. Okay, so this is your search area. If you want to search anything, you just have to come here and search. Usually, you have too many objects, and sometimes you have to see the objects, which object has what settings and everything. So usually you come here and you do the search. For example, I want to open this object and see what is in there. So I'll just come here and see the settings. Okay. Okay. And here at this side, there's a category. Why is this settings located? If you just want to see the network object, you just have to come here and check box this. I mean, check this box, and you will only see the network objects. And if you go beneath it, and if you have a specific requirement, say you just want to see the whatever the gateways and things configured, you just select those things, and that will pop up here. Okay, so it's very we can say the area where you will easily get the things. Whatever you will do search here is it's a better search, I can say, than the search we do here, this area. This is also the same, okay, on the same, but sometimes you will not find the things from doing search here which will find from there. So always keep in mind, mostly if you want to do some searching or something, just come here in this area and do the searching for your objects and everything. Okay, now, mhm, yeah, this one. Now, talk about the manage and policy. So, whichever the policy you have installed or you have configured, those you will see here on this manage and policy layer. Okay. First, I will explain you from my PC and then we'll jump back to your PC and from there we'll do this thing. Okay. Okay. So here you want to create a new policy package. This is all about we're talking about the policy package. So basically, what policy package is. So say I'm talking about policy package. So policy package is nothing but the set of your rules. Okay. So say I have policy package say A. So I will be having say set of rules here. Okay. If I have policy package B, I'll be having set of rules here. Okay. I will decide where this set of rules will go on which gateway. So here I will say, okay, this will go to the gateway 1, this will go to the gateway 2. Okay, this setting you can do from here. So yes, so if I open any one of them, so let's see what settings we'll see here. Let me do this. Okay, we will going to create a new policy package in your machine, but for now, just sake of understanding, I'll open this guy. Okay, so here first you will see the general properties, and under that you will see what policy type you have. So we have one is access control and HTTP inspection, one is threat prevention. So this is something about IPS. We discuss about IPS, what it is. So this is regarding the IPS. Access control and HTTPS inspection is all about your firewall policies. Okay. So in that you have specifically have the access control. Access control is nothing but your rule base where you do the management of the things, and with that you have flexibility here what things you need to apply. So if I come here, if I edit this layer, you will see different options. So right now I have selected only the firewall blade. Okay, if you want your access policy to be delivered for the URL filtering and the application, you can select the checkbox. If you want your policy also impose the content awareness, you will select this box. Mobile access SSL VPN, you will select this box. Depends. Okay. So if you have a requirement that okay, you want to do the URL filtering also, okay, with the policy itself, you just have to tick this box. Okay. Once that is checked, you will automatically see those options into your policies. You got my point. Okay. This is very important because when you uh no, no, go ahead and ask me whatever is silly question. I am happy to answer. Okay. I'll just explain you. I'll just explain it. Okay. Access control. Okay. What this? Which environment you are more familiar with? Do you have any experience on the Cisco switching? Okay. In switching, we create some rules for filtering the packets. What we do in that, we just give VLAN based filtering, whatever it is, right? That filtering is nothing but your access control, as simple as that. So here you have a source IP, destination IP, source port, destination port, protocol, whatever. You are allowing it or denying it. Is your access control as simple as that? Clear? Now, the next layer, what we were seeing here, I'll just show you that as well. I don't want any doubt in your mind while we are going ahead. I will clear each and every doubt. Don't worry. Let me just why it's not opening. Go back. I can simply edit. Okay. Okay. One layer got clear. This guy got clear. See, here is the tricky point. You see network and you see something called blade. This blade sign is for what? Perfect. Firewall, what firewall do? Of course. So access control with the network, you will be having the firewall functionality. Okay. If that is one thing, let me clear that. And now let me go to this guy. Here, let me edit it. Do you see here are multiple things got selected? Not only the firewall. Okay. Let me unselect this thing. Okay. For now. Only you will see the firewall blade. Now let me reselect that. So now I'm selecting application URL filtering. Okay. Okay. My this thing got expired. Give me one second. Let me re-log in. Current demo will explain 2 minutes. Please start on the demo. Just wait for a minute. 2 minutes. Hmm. Oh, okay. It's saying start a new demo. That is fine. So do you see we are talking about R81.10? Similar R80.30 is also same look and feel. But I wanted to show you R81.10 so you will understand what is the difference between R80.30 and R81.10. Okay. Mhm. this one here. If I open this get object, you will get that. Sorry. See here, we talking about this gateway, uh, but I was open this guy. So the policy packet you are looking for this guy. So now you are saying application control and you are filtering it is got checked, right? So same thing we are looking, we are seeing there. Okay, okay. Let's go back here and see branch office policy. So we are talking about that branch office policy. And earlier I opened that corporate policy. That's why we were not seeing those checks. Anyways, yeah, that is your choice. Okay, it will not by default enable. If you enable there, it again not come here enable. You have to come and enable that because this is we're talking about the policy. Okay, in policy, what you want gateway level, you have enabled that, but on the policy level, what you want? You want this or not? For example, uh, you want your filtering policies also, we configure. You want that or not? I'll show you in a bit. But let me clear this part. So as you see, the web control layer, network layer only blade, web control layer, why it come like a web control layer? Because we have selected multiple blades. Mhm. See, it's up to you. It's your setting. Okay. If you create a new layer, okay, and you give it any name, say www, okay, and you select anything, you will see, okay, it will add up. It's your requirement. It's not by default there. Okay. Even when we see at your this thing on your lab, we will not see anything here. Only we will see the access control. Okay. This is your duty to add these things. Policy package. Mhm. Mhm. So those are these policies. So you have the firewall policy, application by content awareness policy. Okay, but this is depends. Okay, so for example, let's go a little bit deeper right away. If I come here and say I want to add some layer, okay, so let me do this. So give me one sec. Accept inline layer here. Okay, so here, okay, now I want only your filtering to be imposed here. Okay, I'll give it a name, say Text layer. Okay. Multi-pol policy rules can be used this layer. Okay. There is a lot of other settings. For now, we will not see that. If I say okay, okay. So now the test layer got created. Let's see where we see here that layer. So under which under branch office policy. Let's see if we see that there. Okay. So that layer which we created is it's not here. That means it may be somewhere else. Let's see. Because this is the already created policy packages and this is a demo environment. That's why maybe we are not locating here. But with your environment, we'll definitely see these things. This is all about the demo thing. Better will create into your environment because here whatever you do, you have to publish it. And let me see if we publish it, we will see it or not. Because everything is happening from the Checkmate cloud side. If they accept this thing, then it will work. Otherwise, it will not. Okay. So we are not seeing here. Maybe for that you need to install the policy, something like that. But you can't install the policy because of this demo environment. Okay. Even if I try to install it, it will reject just for the sake of the policy is not available. So we'll try this freshly in your environment. Although we are going to try that, but all of the sudden that question come into your mind. That's why we are just looking. But anyhow, that will be sorted when actually freshly we'll do the things. My purpose of this demo environment is just wanted to walk you through the things where what you can see. Yeah, in that sense, because everything is here in a sorted manner, so easy for us to understand that. So right. So you have a facility here to create your own policy package, uh, where you will define what blade you want onto that policy package, what blade, what that means. Here, application URL filtering, IPS, whatever you have enabled on your gateway, you want those gateway, those blade to be in the policy as well. You can do that with the layer thing. Okay, most of the organization, most of the organization, they mostly they don't enable this feature. Okay, but like it's a 50-50. So most of the organization, it's there is no inline there. The policies are like simple as it is. But most of the organization they enable this feature for say URL filtering application control. Although for this purpose, say URL filtering, we have the other things like a proxy, right? For the uh, this IPS, we have some other blades. So they use this firewall for the purpose of the firewalling. Okay, for the URL filtering and something like that, they generally use the proxy and everything. Okay, like a blue code proxy, like that. They use those things. That's why most of the organization you will not see this feature enabled, like URL filtering and all those things. But this firewall have this facility, so you can enable that. and you can run those labs, you can run those features, and you will achieve the URL filtering from itself here itself. Okay, like that. So that was the policy package. And when we create a new policy package, your doubt will be clear, like how it, where it aligns. Okay, now let's see the policy package things. What generally we need to have, what we need to not have. So when I was talking about the policy packages, remember I told you something like there is uh, a rule sequence. There is something called first rule. Then there is something called last rule. There's something called uh, before last rule, right? I told us there is something called implied rule. There's something called explicit rule, right? So this first rule is nothing but your implied rule, and after that your explicit rule come into the picture. Then your before last rule come into the picture, and the last rule is your cleanup rule. Okay, so we are going to see that thing now. So when you come here and to the say action, if you see there's implied rules, if you click that, you will find these implied rules. And basically, implied rules are the rules which generally generated from the firewalls. So whatever the communication firewall wanted to allow for their internal purpose. For example, for the monitoring purpose, there is a CPD. For the logging purpose, there is a FWD, something like that, right? For the certification purpose, there is a FW1.e. So this you don't want to explicitly allow for everywhere. Why? Because if you're doing this work, your rest thing will be get stuck, right? So in any firewall, including the checkpoint, implied rules are divided like you have a control connection, okay, and these control connections are some, we call it like a whatever the control traffic management. Yeah. So the actual traffic which uh, do the firewalling work, but from the the kernel level, okay, that is your control connections. So there are many various services involved like this, you know, and uh, then there is you can call one control connection and one you can call as a management connection, okay. And where we talk about the management connection, there is some packets which require a VPN communication, something like that. So those sort of communication which usually happen with the IKE packets, IKE services, those are by default allowed. You know, you don't have to do any other arrangement for allowing those inside communications. But these are not the actual. If we talk about the VPN, we need to have some explicit rule for that for the VPN communication allow purpose. Okay, that thing will not does here, and that work will not does here. But whatever the VPN inside thing need to be happen, okay, those are allowed with this inside a VPN gate. So there are the, I mean, there's a lot of things when we go for the next level. I will explain. So there's a VPND for comes under the VPND. I mean the VPN communication, and this process when you enable the VPN, you know, then these are the things come one by one in the picture. Uh, you will not see this anywhere, but when you do the troubleshooting somewhere, you will see the packet is allowed from zero rule, rule number zero, like that. Okay, this zero indicates this communication. Okay. We Yeah. So you will see logs and you will see why there is a zero. I don't have any rule with the zero. Okay. So this communication, sometimes some explicit communications are there which take the reference of this, and you will see the zero there. So you have to understand that this is allowing or get dropping due to the implied rules. Clear this part? Any confusion? I mean, anything if you want, let me know. Uh, we can discuss on that. Okay. So the control connections are, I mean, there are three types of control connections, and those are defined by default. So those are like a gateway specific traffic, you know, such as I said, your uh, CPD, which is for the monitoring purpose, FWD, which is for logging purpose, okay, and the other thing, this one, we call it library management. I think this explanation is sufficient uh, to at least to understand what happens when we talk about the implied rules. Okay, yeah. Now this layer we will talk later as soon as we enable the NAT, as soon as we enable the rest of the features like that. Okay. Now let's talk about the policy. So there is something called stealth rule. Right. Mostly we use stealth rule to protect any sort of communication which is directly hitting to your gateway. So to prevent any user from connecting directly to the gateway, we use this stealth rule, which in a sense protect from the attacks like we call it DDoS attacks or any sort of attacks which causing your gateway to get down, something like that, right? To protect from that, you usually have this stealth rule, and it is recommended that stealth rule need to be placed above all rules. Okay, but you can't place it on the top. Why? You can place it at the second rule, but not number one. Because if you place it as a number one, your access will also go down. Because this rule says anyone accessing to the gateway, you are dropping that communication. So you as an admin, if you're trying to hit this gateway, you also get dropped. Because of that, you have the admin rule. So your admin rule says that you are the admins, these are the admins, those need to have the access to the gateways on whatever the managed services. Here, say we use SSH, HTTP, okay, like that. So obviously, people tells that okay, sales rule need to be on top. It should not be on a top. It should be always the second rule. Okay. Then next part is the rules. It's you create as per your requirements. So the rule access to the internet you will create as per your requirement. Rule access to whatever the internal server, outside server, you will create as per your requirement. But there is a one more important rule, which is we call it cleanup rule. If you check this rule says sources any, destination any, service any, VPN any, whatever content, whatever it is, any, drop. But cleanup rules definition completes when you log it. Usually, in the interview of the checkpoint firewalls, they ask you what is difference between the cleanup rule and the stale rule, or tell us about more of the cleanup rule. We says anything, everything is getting dropped. Okay, but we generally not says that traffic need to be logged, right? So one is drop rule and one is cleanup rule. I'm just saying in case someone asks you difference. Drop rule, we don't log the traffic. We don't care about that traffic. For example, the traffic for the DDoS attack. Okay. Yes. Why you want to care for in number of IP addresses? Drop rule. But cleanup rule tomorrow, if you're doing the troubleshooting and say some user is telling you, okay, my packet is getting dropped, I'm not able to access this XYZ site. You will come to the firewall, you will see your logs, and sometimes you will notice that okay, this traffic is getting dropped by some rules. But how you come to know? Because you're logging that traffic. Right. Okay. Now these rules, whatever we configure, it's depending on our requirements. Now let's quickly talk about the rules. Okay. So uh, the name is the name of the rule. Okay. It is, you can specify anything. There is no uh, certain criteria. You can type anything here. Source is your source IP address or source network. Destination is your destination IP address, destination network. VPN, when you enable the VPN, you enable the VPN communities here. That's why the VPN. Then service and applications. Here, if you have defined your filtering or something like that, you can, add those items like from here. So if you have, say, Facebook, for example, like that, okay. If you want to drop the Facebook or Facebook, that sort of applications, okay, you can allow from here. This is your service and applications. So when you enable the URL filtering sort of blades, here is the key where you apply those, what site you need to allow or block, what site or something like that. Got my point? Okay. The content, when you enable this content blades, and if you want to filter out the content, this is more when we enable the blades like a DLP blades or something like that. You want to do the content filtering. For example, you have a policy that the password keyword, it should not pass such sort of communication to the outside world. If your document contain password keyword, you should stop that. So like that, the content filtering you do from the content. And then there's an action, whether you want to allow that, you want to deny that. If you are enabling this some say identity awareness captive portal, you're going to ask these details, okay, things like that. You want to inform something to the customer end users, you can use that. Inline layer is, as I told you, if you want to use some sort of application you are filtering or some rest of the features, you can enable it from here. Okay. Scope of this CCSA is accept, dropped, and few things from the inline. Okay. And most of these things we never use. Okay. It depends on your blades. So if you enable the DLP, you will use these options like that. Then there is a tracking. You can track details, and at the end where you want to install that communication. So for example, into the policy target, you can specify which gateway you want specifically this communication to be allowed or imposed. If you give only the policy target names, okay, so whenever you install the policy, okay, that time it asks you which policy package. For example, this policy package, it will come by default this gateway, okay. So based on that policy target, this gateway will install this policy, okay. Yeah, you can do it like this. Although, as per my experience, even if you specify the gateway here, still it will give you this option, okay. But usually we put it like a policy targets. So by default, relevant gateway which we specify during the policy installation, the policy get pushed to that. Yes, yes. Mm-hmm. We come here now, come to the policy package. Okay. Let's create a new policy package. Okay. I'm creating test one for now. Okay. Do you see something here, installation target? You can specify which gateway you want this policy package to go. So I'm specifying let's go to this gateway. Okay. And I'm saying okay. Okay. Now, whenever I'm going to install this policy package, it will always go to this gateway. Okay. Unless you do something there. For example, let me go to this policy package. Let me open this policy package for now. It's a demo environment. That's okay. It's got open. Okay. This is policy package. Now I want to install the policy. Let's publish and install. It's first publish. That means it's saving the policy and it will come up for the installation. So if I select that policy package, let me select that. Do you see the gateway comes? Now, if you want to do something else, you can change that gateway from here, right? And for example, now I have a policy package for this gateway and I selected say some other gateway here. Okay, so this gateway. I remove this one. Okay, and I say okay, right? You can do that. But the thing is that it's already defined between us. Like I'm an admin, I know which policy package should go to which gateway. So it's already predefined from here itself, from this layer. So whenever I create a new policy package, it's my responsibility, my duty to give him a correct gateway. And it is when you work in a this environment, you come to know most of the time this is already defined by your previous admins, so you don't have to take worry on that. But however you want to work on a new thing, that time I'm creating a policy package and I have this gateway in my mind and I want to have this policy package to hit onto that gateway. And these gateways are, this is the important point, are specific to the customers. So you have a 10 customers. So say X, Y, Z, you have a three customers. So one customer having one gateway, another customer having another gateway. So I'm talking about the X customer. So this gateway is for the X customer. And I'm writing the policy package for the X customer. So I have to install the policy on the X customer. Okay, got my point. Yes, you can add multiple groups, same policy, but it will not happen from here. I think you have to do it from the another feature which we call MDS, multi-domain server. When we see the CCSE part, we'll try to cover MDS and VSX also. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I know you are curious to learn each and everything, but of course, every course has some limitation, limited content. Now, what is the status? It- Yes. See, you know what? When you actually deal with this thing now, at time the picture will be more clear to you because right now this is on the virtual reality. We are doing the things, and when we actually touching the things from not lab perspective, from the actual gateway perspective, that time you will be get more feel on this. Okay, what we are doing, it's the way it's supposed to be, right? uh any questions so far? Now I want to explain you one more concept, and then we'll have another break and for 5-10 minutes, and then we'll go for your lab. Okay. Okay, so I have already covered everything for you. Now only thing is remaining, which is anti-spoofing. Okay. So policy part is clear to you, right? Now when we create any new gateway, we define the interfaces and everything. Those interfaces have the settings. So right now, this is a cluster, so I don't want to touch that. Let's talk about this guy. Let's go to the network management, and these are the settings we will see in your lab also. And you see there is external interface, and these all are in the internal interface like that. Okay. So they says this interface. I don't know why this interface are used, but they clearly specified there is a one external interface. Okay, I'm just going into that interface. Okay, the setting opens for that interface, and if you see there's something called topology. If I go a little bit deeper that into the modified state, you will see there is setting called anti-spoofing. Okay, and if you see at the top leads to not defined like internet network, override internet external network. Okay, so you are specifying that this is the external network. Okay, how firewall will know whether whatever the interface you are defining, whether they are internal or external? Here is the setting. Okay, yeah, you have to tell us, and this is what you are telling this firewall. This is your external interface. Okay, and what is spoofing in layman term? Right. So in a definition wise, the spoofing is a technique where an intruder, like a malicious user, it attempts to gain unauthorized access of your network by altering the packet IP addresses. Okay, this alteration makes it appear as though the packet is originating from your network with the higher privilege, and security gateway recognize that okay, this is something your internet network or whatever the network is, the IP is coming is from your network, but the attacker modified your packet and put his IP address inside that. for the malicious purpose, right? That is the spoofing, okay, in definition wise. But what you said is also correct in a layman language, right? The anti-spoofing is the feature that detects such packet, filtration and such sort of, packet modification when enters into the gateway. The anti-spoofing verifies that packets. Okay, it verifies like from where it's coming, where it's going, whether it's a correct gateway interface or not. So anti-spoofing that claims that okay, this packet is coming as appear like as an internal network is actually coming as an internal network, or it's got modified somewhere, right? So that flexibility, that sort of things, you get it from this anti-spoofing feature. Okay, this is very, very, very important feature. Okay, and most of the drops you will see in your environment due to this anti-spoofing configuration. So it's not that easy to configure the anti-spoofing. You have to take care of lot of things, and your more, I mean, 90% of troubleshooting is based on this anti-spoofing. And the worst part of this anti-spoofing, the packet drop is at the kernel level. So only simple when looking at the logs, you will not recognize that the packet is getting dropped via anti-spoofing. You have to do the kernel level debugging. I will show you. There's a one command you have to just run to see the anti-spoofing packets, and I am going to give you that command in a bit. Okay. So for now, just understand the setting. So anti-spoofing. So you are here saying perform anti-spoofing based on the interface topology. So right now we are at the external interface. Whatever the packet coming from the outside world, you always remember you have to make it prevent, because external world it's attacker, you have to take care of it, man. So always prevent. Okay, there is option to make it detect, but detect will not block the traffic. It will only give you the mirror of that traffic. It will say, okay, this malicious traffic we have detected, but there is no option taken on. That is a detect. But there is something called prevent, which prevents actual communication, right? Sometimes you have some sort of communications wire happening from some, say, express routes. So if you have a cloud connection, and say with you have a express route with the Azure or AWS, right? From those connections, the packets look like outside world packets, but you have the express routes, and that is your internal route usually, but the packet appears as an external, right? So that time you have a flexibility here. You can don't check the packets from some network. So you have to define your express route network here, and you have to select that. For example, I'm defining like this. So this is my express route network. Okay. So whatever the packet will come from this network will not check onwards, and it will not block. So you're sure something is legit, right? So you have to define here. And spoofing track. Yeah, go ahead. Yes. But if you make it prevent for all the interfaces, so it will, you don't know what algorithms is behind on this anti-spoofing, right? So sometimes some legit packet also it consider, spoof packet, and it drop those packets. That's why we don't care about the interfaces. We do care for the external interface. Yes, sir. So spoof traffic, if you don't log it, you will not see this communication. You have flexibility to alert, make it alert if something spook if you seen. like that. Okay. So as you were saying about the internal interface, let's check about the internal interface also. So consider they have this internal interface. I don't know what they have considered. Okay, see, this is internal interface. This is the internal. What they have said, prevent to this as well. But this is a demo environment. They always suggest, do the prevention whenever the anti-spoofing is there. But in real world, it not work like this, right? This is very important. Why I'm forcing here more, because in my past experiences, this is plays very critical role, and 90% drops internally happens due to this. So you have to take that traffic. If that guy is saying this is legit traffic, you have to come here, add those IP address to bypass that communication. Got it? Yeah. And you know what? We don't have choice. We need to enable this. If we don't enable this thing, the packet, the policy will not push. I will show you in a bit that well as well. So far, any doubt? Okay. So this is what we going to implement onto your lab now. Okay. The theoretical part is over. Boring part is over. Now the actual part will come. So let's have a minutes break, and then you can share your screen and we can take it from there. Okay. Have you shared your screen? I don't see. Oh, I think I'm presenting. That's why. So you can share now. Yeah. Perfect. Right. Yeah. Correct. Yeah. Before going for the policy package, and spoofing part, always remember that spoofing will come first. Yeah. No, 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 no. What is it? Uh, Whatever network you have defined here, 192.168.20.15. Okay. whatever the IP address assigned to for coming from that will be allowed. There is no issue on that. Even whatever the communication will come from the outside world, that will also allowed. The only thing is that on this interface, on this interface, if attacker modify your packet, okay, so I am attacker and I am trying the sending the packet to your network, and my original IP address is 100.1.1.1. Okay, somehow I modify that packet and I put it like 192.168.20.50 in that range. Okay, so that packet will come to your external interface from the external world. Based on the algorithms and the intelligence of the firewall, that packet will drop. Okay, those packets. So we think in that way, we will not, think more or we do more here because these settings are, settings from the firewall itself. Okay, we don't have any control on these settings, so we will not tell them uh, which modified packet you need to drop. Okay, but we can tell them don't check packet from. If you see that field, we can tell them, okay, don't check packet coming from this range. Okay, but why we are not doing for the external interface? Because the external interface will come, all the traffic all the way from the external world, right? We select this field, don't check packet from, always when we do the anti-spoofing configuration for internal interface. Okay, so you have internal interface. In the internal interface, somehow, somewhere, as I told you, that anti-spoofing, create a mess. So that time, what are the internal interface you have. You will specify those interface there. Okay, please don't check packet from those internal interface. Okay, internal interface traffic will not come from outside world. It will always come to the inside world. So there is no issue. But for the external interface, the traffic always come from the external world, right? Modification of the IP address and everything happen from the external world, right? That's why. That's why the external interface anti-spoofing will always keep prevent, but also we say that we don't check packet from that external world because this is just the IP address what we have given to the external interface. Okay, that doesn't talk about what the spoofing do with that IP address. So interface is there. Okay, your external interface is there. Whatever the packet will come from the outside world, always head to that interface. Okay? So that interface right now it is a private IP address, but in a real world it is always public IP address. So here your IP address always was 100 or something, whatever the public range. So whatever the packet will come, from the external world. Okay, those IP addresses, have you able to decide whether I have to put those subnet range anywhere because it's external. You can't able to decide that. I think I'm making you more confused or what? Mhm. For now, give it 100. No, no, no. Total. Give it to public. So let's consider any packet which comes from the outside world having the IP address 100.100.100.1020. Okay. Do you think you have the subnet, uh, some subnet range, some IP address range, okay, and similar subnet IP range you are getting from the outside world to hitting your network, okay, right? So now the firewall will think this guy has this subnet range defined internally inside the world, but similar packet is getting from the outside world. You getting my point? So based on the anti-spoofing algorithm, okay, it will think this packet may be fraud packet. The packet, modified in a certain way that IP address got changed and make that IP address appear as an internal IP address to this firewall. When I say internal IP address, that public IP address itself, but that IP address is assigned to you guys, right? Your subnet. Yeah. So this IP addresses look like okay, this is your subnet IP address, right? One scenario is that. Second scenario is that the packet which is 192.168.20.10, it is your internal subnet. Okay. Somehow your external interface it will receive a packet 192.168.20 dot say 11, 12, 13 like that. So again firewall think if the anti-spoofing is not there, firewall think this IP address it look like one of the internal IP address, okay, and I have to process that packet. But the attacker has modified that packet, and he make that packet look like internal IP address. Okay, yeah. So that will hit to an external interface. The firewall has to decide based on their anti-spoofing feature to allow a drop, right? There is multiple scenarios, right? I can't tell you the hell n number of scenarios what we have in the anti-spoofing, okay, but understanding of the anti-spoofing is important in terms of configuration, okay. It will not play anywhere any role for doing anything, okay, because the firewall will do his work. Checkpoint, they or the other firewall vendors, they have invested a hell lot of money for the single technology like anti-spoofing, right? They have the algorithm, that code already in place. But I don't have access to that code. I don't know what technique they have used for this, anti-spoofing filtering, right? I will tell you the techniques what we read from the outside world. Okay, this is what the packet things looks, the packet modification happens, and due to that this spoofing is applied. But there are a lot of algorithms they have, you know, based on that they do the filtering. So similar algorithms, when you define this anti-spoofing to the internal interfaces, so similar algorithms, come into place, and due to that, your legit packet. So this is 192.168.20.10. There is a legit packet, all over flowing from the internal interface. They sometimes get blocked, and the reason you get anti-spoofing. So that time you have to use that option. Do not check this packet. You get my point? I will not able to tell you what n number of algorithms they have. So I have given you the two examples, right? Like that, they have a lot of examples. Okay. So if you want to go in that deep level, we have to come up with that code, what they have. That is one of the example. That's what I'm right. There are many examples. Right? You, me, we listen these things. We know from the books and everything. The IP address modification like external to the internal. Okay, but again, if you think in a technical way, if I my interface having the external IP address, okay, and anything coming on the as a internal IP address, first of all, that traffic will not pass because it's a private, and how it will pass on the external world. Okay, so again, that example goes in a wrong way, but something is written like that in the book. So that's why I give you the first example, but that first example also not giving me the justifications that what I'm saying with the for the anti-spoofing is going in that way because I don't know the actual algorithm what they have used inside, right? But for the sake of understanding, this is how it works, and you will not play any role in terms of configuring a lot of things. You just have to think on, okay, this packet is looking, it's getting dropped, and I know this is legit traffic. The user is saying this is legit packet. You just have to say don't check from this. That's it. I know. I mean, I can't give you all the answers because I also have the limitations. Mhm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's go ahead and create one. Create one. Let's yeah. No, no, go ahead. Add. And there is a new layer. There's a new layer. At the right side. There's a new layer written. Just go to that. Here, select your. See, your question was you are seeing the number one, number two. So the answer is it's by default there. Okay, the blades. You can't modify it. It's by default, like implied rule, like that. That is by default there. Now, additionally, you are creating the other layers. Now, say URL, for example. Give it a name URL, and just add this thing. Okay, you don't need to add the firewall there. Yeah, you have to click that also. Give it a name IPS1 because that is a recognized name. Okay. Yeah. Now click OK. Okay. Go. We have to give that target details also. So again, go back. But your doubt got clear here. You asked me something here. Just go open that corporate policy right now from here itself. Just edit that. Here itself. Here itself. Just edit that. Go back to the policy package. Uh, from Apple. Yeah. Okay. Open that. Edit. There is pen sign. Is edit. So go to the installation target. So where you want all this to be imposed, right? You have to give the git, add that one. Okay. Okay. Now close. Right. Right. Stealth rule, admin rule, stealth rule, and cleanup rule. Yeah. Yep. That's why I explained you before, so that now the things are getting clear to you. Yeah. 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 Go for the just network instead of your host. No, it will not look like that. You have to add it. You can type the name, it will appear. That is also correct. Yes. So whatever you want to allow, that need to be there. So we need to have access to the SMS. SMS need to be there. Gateway need to be there from your source. Allow ICMP also allow for now for the lab purpose. Both will be okay. One, the first one is old one, and second one is the new one. So ICMP it comes like a ping proto something. Echo echo reply request will be served up, or ICMP proto and request will be served up. Basic like your purpose, okay. But you can add one more rule for your outside communication, so which we call the web access. Yeah, yeah. And here you try to allow DNS, HTTP, and HTTPS. Like, that DNS thing is important because most of the time we only allow HTTP and HTTPS. Yeah, that's the first thing. Yeah, yeah. You can copy paste your that management network from there itself if you have the same source, or you can create whatever it is. When you push the policy, for now you unselect that threat prevention blade because when we do the IPS lab, we'll select that threats. Right here, when you install policy, you will see two options. One is install gateway when it will not install, the install something like that. Yeah. You know the meaning of that? Let's have it push. We'll do it. So these options are most relevant when we configure the cluster, right? So whenever first option I'm talking about. So if one of the cluster having member having issue, and if the policy is not, able to install on that, right? So it will not install the policy. It will, just reject that thing. Okay, there is an issue. I'm not going to install the policy because to keep the momentum of that cluster. Okay, and the second option, install on all selected gateway, is something when you do the upgrade. So at a time, in a upgrade, your cluster members, one of the cluster member is getting upgrade and one is, having the same state. So that time that connection get removed. Okay. So that time you have to use the second option. Okay. We will see that part on the CCSE part, how we can, do more on that. And now you are getting this error because this is a lab environment. Okay, and we don't have this thing, that's why that is fine. So your policies got installed, you're all set now. Okay, with the policies and everything. Any question here, because this policy installation lab is still here only. That's what I told you, right? It's your requirement. Okay, it's how you want to present the thing. You can achieve the same work with the same thing with the one, package itself, or you can, do some layer wise structure. Okay, but the actual use you will understand when you actually, enable this URL filtering blade, you actually enable the applications and the what are the blades, and you actually going to install those policies. We will see all this thing in CCSC. Okay. Okay. For now, I don't want you to, get lot of things in your mind. You will get a little bit distracted from the course content. I know you are hungry for, learning more, but it's better to go stepwise. So at the right time, I will tell you the right details. Yeah. Yeah. So right now, you are confident that you can install the policy on your check form. Okay. If anyone call you, okay, I want this to be delivered. Okay, you can do that. Yeah. Now, uh, let's. I want to give you some troubleshooting hints also here. Go for the demo environment. Just save this and exit. Yeah. Know that the demo mode is your friend, because if you are stuck somewhere and you want to take a reference of something, you always come to the demo mode and see how the checkpoint has configured the things. but you literally don't have to follow it because somewhere you see they don't allow the style tool with the SMS like that. Go to the security policy. Okay. So right now you're saying only the 10, 11 policies. Okay. But in a real world, you will see more than say 3,000 policies, right? How you will see whether the particular traffic what is requested is already present into your network or not. You will verify each and every rule at the same time. How long it will take to verify all the rules? Forever. So now you are at the right place. Go to that search and do you see there's a at the bottom there's something called packet mode. Just make it on. Okay. What this means, it will gives you whatever the communication you are looking for. Okay. With respect to whether the actual the packet hit to that rule or not. Why it is important? Because someone will come tomorrow to you and he will tell you, uh, I already configured this rule or my previously the traffic was working. Okay. And I already the XYZ admin already delivered that work, but it is all of a sudden it's not working. Can you check do we have that rule in place or not? Okay. And the communication is there or not with that rule. With this packet mode option, you can deliver that work. Now, for now, just select source. There is a source and put it anything there. Go scroll it down and put any object name there. Anything, yeah, and put it destination. Or it's okay. Just remove the destination and press enter. Just press enter. Okay. Do you see it highlighted wherever that DMZ uh, this thing, I mean the packet for the DMZ will allow. So these are the different rules from where the packet for the DMZ will allow. Okay. Here, if you specify the destination, obviously we are getting the source and destination from the requester, right? So if you also give the destination, so it will give you the destination as well. Okay, so source is given, destination is also given. It will give you, okay, this is the actual packet, is but the beauty of this is that it only gives you output where the actual communication is happening. Okay, trust me on this. This is the actual use of this packet mode. Okay, you will achieve the same thing via the other way also. Just remove that packet mode and just put it like a source and put this detail, any detail, and enter. See, so in practical way, when you do the troubleshooting, this is your friend, man. These are the new features which are added into this, right? I don't know. Yeah, but if you want to, if you have a specific details with you, for example, if you have a source, you have a destination, you have a port, okay, that time you don't have to use this packet mode. Why? Because you will get actual details with simply filtering. Okay, but if you're lagging somewhere, then this is your friend. Okay. Okay, so we finished the policy chapter. Any question? So maybe it's I think if you want to continue, we can continue, or we can continue tomorrow. It's up to you. I can continue for next 1 hour. In 1 hour, we can cover all and the connections. Okay. Yeah. So we are starting now chapter 4. This is your monitoring and the connections. Okay. In this chapter, we will see how you can, uh, see the communications via command line. Okay. Plus, how you can filter the logs from the logs blade. How you can use this monitoring blade. Okay. For say your CPU utilization, gateway utilization, blah 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 blah. A lot of things are there. Okay. Uh, how you want to do that? I can run my lab. I can show it from there, or you want? Yeah. Uh huh. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We will do that. So let me know if you're able to see my screen. You must see my screen, right? Okay. I'm just resuming a couple of my servers. Just give me a minute. Okay, so this is a simple topology. Okay, but it's sufficient for us to understand. Okay, so this is my one Windows server. Okay, uh, you don't see my screen. Let me reshare it. Let me reshare it. I have already recorded. If you see, yeah. So by end of all the sessions, I will give you all the recordings. Yeah. So, so this is a simple lab I have. So I have one Windows server, okay, which I have a default gateway to my these gateways, okay. These gateways are in a cluster stage. I have this SMS, okay, which is controlling the my management things. Let me just log in here and just go to the logs. So let me. A lot of things are open. That's why it's slow. Anyways, let's let me go to this, and first we will check whether we are able to ping the. So okay. So this server is able to ping my gateway. And if I say ipconfig, I can see this is my cluster IP address. Okay. And if I do the reset to say 8.8.8.8, it's first hitting to my gateway and to the then to the rest of the world. Okay. So that means whatever we will do with my this gateway for this server, that traffic will impact accordingly. Okay. So now, so this is the logs and monitoring blade. Okay. Let me close these tabs. Let me just give you the overview first, and then we'll go for the actual labs. Okay. Okay. This is always happens. So this is R81.10. That's why it is a bit in larger in terms of the RAM utilization and everything. R80.30 the 4 gigabit of RAM is sufficient. But onwards R81, the minimum requirement is 8 GB of RAM for smart console things. So that's why. So logs and monitoring. Okay. Uh, Let me close everything. Okay. So by default, okay, when you come here, you will see logs and there is addition tabs. Logs, which is something you will filter the logs for your communication traffic. Okay. how the communication happens, like you must be thinking why my gateway logs are going to the SMS. Okay, so if you go to your gateway, there is a setting for that. So if you go to the logs here, where is the setting for the logs, storage, the property, additional login, forward logs to the log server. Yes. So this is the setting, okay, where you define where your logs need to be go. Okay. In the real scenarios in a production environment, you will be having the different log servers. Okay, not only the SMS but respective log servers. Okay, as I shown you when we was installing the management server. So if you come to this property of your gateway, there is a setting for these things. Okay, so you have to select for that. Okay, by default, the logs are going to the S excuse me, SMS. But if you have to do additional login, this is your friend. Okay, so now let's go to the logs and monitoring. Here you have to filter whatever traffic you want to see. For example, if you click on this area, okay, if you see bottom, here you are filters. You can use those filters, and this here you will filter like what time you want to see the logs. For example, today's logs you want to see, you just have to click today, and all those logs will come here. And if you want to filter it according to a requirement, say for example, that was my machine 192 168 1.20, the one I have just pinged, okay, to the destination. So if I know the syntax, that's why I'm typing fast. But you have to just use this like this, source destination, and give the destination say 192 168 1.101. In that sense, you will filter the things. Now we did that ping, right? So we see this ICMP packet. Okay. Here, if you analyze this log, here there are different things. We will see the source, from where the packet from, what zone it is, okay, external, internal, whatever it is, what service it taking. So right now we have done the ICMP. It's showing ICMP. At which interface is coming this traffic. Okay, it is 0. But also make note there is an arrow. This arrow also have the significance. So when it says downward, that means it's coming to the inside. When it goes outside, it gives you other way arrow. It's a little detail, but it's very important. Okay? Yeah. Then destination. Then there is a policy. We will see whether the packet is allowed or dropped. Uh, Policy management. The policy from which SMS, which management server is happening. What policy package you are taking. So right now I'm using standard only, but in your case, we will see the latest one. Okay. And which rule is getting allowed. For example, I have given a name drop ICMP to this, but I have allowed a traffic on inside that. That's why this rule is, giving these details. Okay. Whether the natting happening on this, not okay. You will get all those details from here. Okay, and then there is something called match rule. Okay, so you will see which rule is getting matched for this communication. Okay, and if you click to that rule, it will directly go in background to that rule. If you come here, you will see this thing. Okay, a very basic, but you should know this thing. Okay, so let me go back. So if you see, we diverted here, and this rule says accept the traffic. In a short, we will do drop this traffic, and we'll observe the things. Okay, right now it's getting allowed. Let's go back to the logs and monitoring, and when you click this plus, okay, so your lot of other options enables. In previous scenarios, previous blades, we were having different blades. For one, for the monitoring traffic, we used to call it smart view monitor. One is like smart view tracker, tracking the traffic. But now on the R80 Gaia versions, everything comes on a single way. Everything is integrated on the single console. Okay, so you don't have to go to the different blades. Everything you will get from here itself. Okay, and as soon as you uh, click this plus, you will see the different options. Okay, so right now we have the options. Okay, so we have the reporting, we have the view. View means there is some blade called, maybe you know or not, I don't know. Smart event, you heard about it? So smart event is the blade which used to see all your IPS or threat related traffics. Okay. Yeah. For example, if I just click to that, uh, yeah. So if you click that, you will see all your those sort of traffics. Yeah, provided if those blades are enabled and everything is done that. One thing is that now let me click plus again. Then uh, if you come to the bottom here, there is something called tunnel and monitoring. This one, if you click to that, you will go to the smart monitor blade. This was the earlier version sort of view. So let's go in there. This is also very useful when you trying to monitor your gateway performance. If you want to do some sort of automation in terms of the alerting, in terms of getting you alerted via what activity is happening on your gateway. So these are the important blades for that. So let it get open. I'll just explain you on that part first. So as you can see, this is the smart view monitor. Okay. Over here itself, you are able to see your gateway status. You will see the SMS. Okay. Status is okay. The virtual memory RAM, hard disk, what version. Okay. Uh, if you come down and if you want to see more details on this gateways or everything, anything like that, you will just have to click these details. Say, for example, network activity, you will see what traffic happening, what traffic is passing, what interface is allowing, what much packets, in a single click. If you don't have to run those commands which we run for the routing and monitoring the network and everything you get it from here. Got my point, right? uh, System information. So right now, what is the CPU level? What percentage is utilizing? What is the disk space utilization? How the memory utilization, sensors, thresholds, hardware sensors, whatever. Okay, if you want to see of your gateways related to health, you will find it from here. Okay. Uh, then if you specifically go to these blades, what is there, you will see what versions, what database, whatever it is related to the firewall, what blades you have configured, what is their acceleration, what is their uh, how the network activities. It's up to you. I mean, how much you want to learn, how much you want to see about your gateway. Okay, you can do it from here. Then, if you just right click to this, there's something called configure threshold. Okay, and if you go to this property, here you can specify the alerting, emailing for your say sysadmin work. For example, I'll give a classic example. Say you and me, we are working on the same project, okay? And what I did, I just installed some policy, okay? And I just went to lunch, okay? Uh, Maybe after installing this policy, I went to my home, and the next day your job, and I'm doing, after that I'm not, coming to the office. I was in a leave or something like that. Okay. In that situations, you know, how you come to know that I have installed the policy, you know, before, the phone rings to you and stating that, okay, because of something is happening. Okay. So those sort of alerting and those sort of things you can do it from here. So for the policy things, if you if something got changed, you can put it like you want alert, you want mail, you want whatever trap, whatever it is. Okay, you can specify from here, and it will work. Likewise, if you want to check for the CPU status, uh, CPU uses, free disk space, whatever it is, okay? Anything. It's sort of admin activities. You know, we talk about these blades. To be honest, we never consider these options, but it's very helpful if you really want to harden your network. And if your network is not configured with these options, you can go ahead and tell them, okay, this is also you can do. They will happy, okay, something new is coming, like that. So from here itself, you can start your cluster member, stop your cluster member if you are in cluster. Okay, you will see the gateway license, lot of things, properties. If you want to extend these fields, what you are seeing here, you can change that. You have VPNs configured. You will see your all VPN tunnels here. Okay, I don't have right now any VPN configured, but if suppose I was having something, it shows under this VPN tab. Okay, like that you will see a lot of options here. VPN, VPN history, uh, firewalling. Uh, I mean, whatever you want to check with your gateway, you just have to come here and deliver that things. Everything. Right. And now I also wanted to show you one more important option. Let me see where I can get it. Tooling. Right, this guy. Suspicious activity rule. Sample. So if consider you suspected that you have under the DDoS attack and you located some IP addresses which are hitting to your gateway and generating a lot of traffic, within a single click you can block that IP address without pushing the policy. You have to come here, you have to specify, okay, where you want to apply, okay, what IP or what network IP you are suspecting. For example, I am just saying, say 100, 101. This something is causing me an issue. This is my source IP address. Where is hitting? Say this is hitting to my gateway 192, 168, 1.101. Okay, like that. I just say enforce. It is enforced, and that traffic will get dropped. Exactly. I will show you in next part. Okay. Yeah. So this is how you can do that. You understood this. Okay. So let me close that. Yep. And just monitoring wise, if you want to see top security rules, top security traffic users, top interface, top services, top connections. Okay. What what you have? Which version you are running on? So of course, if you're talking about the old one, you will face the same issue. I was worked on, R65, if so. Just remember, those old version. Yeah, yeah. So I know how it works, but if it's a latest environment, you know, you will get all these details. Any question here? Mhm. Right. Okay. This is your friend. Okay. So, how you recognize you are under the heavy load? Okay, let's do that. Let's generate such sort of traffic. Okay, so let me go to the IPS attacker. Let me run the traffic for you. So I have given this tool to you as well. Okay, so, right. Yeah. This is for. I think this also run for your environment also. Okay. So I'm just configuring this thing. So what is the attacker IP address? 192.168.1.21. I'm giving the attacker IP address is the machine from where the attack will happen. So this is a bot. Now the target. I'm targeting my gateway. Okay. Oh, so sorry. I made mistake. Let me go ahead. That was a default gateway. You don't have to give it that. Let me close this because I'm doing it all the time. So that's why. So enter the attacker IP address 192.168.1.21. Default gateway I don't want. Target IP address where the attack will happen 192. My gateway 198.1.101. Default gateway I don't care. That's it. Now which attack you want to run? So say number two, that start attack tools, and over there let's see number two. Go to application intelligence category, and here I want to run all these attacks zero. Okay, let me do randomly. So now this attack is executing and it's saying no route. Let me see here what setting we have. Okay, our setting got changed. Let's see how it works. See, now the attack is continuously happening. Traffic is continuously hitting the gateway. Okay, let me go to my gateway. 192, 168. Okay, before that, I just want to show it from the this smart logs. So if I filter the traffic, so 92, 168, 1.21, you will see a lot of traffic happening. You see this? It's current traffic, right? Let's Yeah. So okay, this one IP address, causing too much traffic. Now, how you can see how whether the CPU is coming into the picture or what? Yeah. Let me go to the gateway. No, there is a one magic command here. I'll show you that. Admin. Right now, I'm into the this mode. Let me check CCTA status. CCTA props. So right now I'm at the active one. You able to see it well? Let me clear it. So there's a command called cp view. So here you will see your CPU engagement. You will see it's keep increasing. It's 9% now, 8, 5, it will go 11, 10. It's very small environment, but don't you see this is getting very high, right? Generally, the CPUs are under 5%, but now it's changing all the time. You're getting me? So we if we see this thing, we'll come to know we are under some sort of attacks. Although uh, uh, this is for the demo purpose, but just imagine in a real world if some attack happens in larger quantity, how it looks. So let's try one way, which we can use that SAM rule, whether it works here or not. Yeah. Let's see practically. Let's go to this guy. Tunnel and management. See, the response is getting slow at the gateway also sometimes because of some heavy traffic. And also, you have a command called top. You use that command also. It will also give you the CPU utilization here. What's happening on that? So both commands are your friend. CPU view, top. It's up to you. Let's see if we can block that IP address right away. So say add IP address. Apply on my gateway one. IP address 192.168.1.21. Destination IP address is 192.168.1.101. Service any whatever you can specify. For example, last next 10 minutes. This enforce. Let's see if it is blocked or not. This is a lab. Maybe it will work not, but this is we need to witness. Close. Let's go to the logs. Let's see if it's getting dropped. Latest bugs. See, it's got dropped. So this is how the SAM rule works. See, now I want to give you one more magic command. So let me clear my screen. How I can observe the drops. Okay, so this is a command called fwctl zdebug plus drop grep which IP address you want to see if it is getting drop or not. Okay, so I'll give you 192.168.1.21. Okay, I just entered. Let's see. Okay, something is missing. WCTL. I want CTL. CTL. The control Z drop. Okay, CTL. It should give me the drop because we are dropping it. WCTL Z drop 1.21. I don't know why it's not giving me, but let's see one more time. So this is learning for me. Why it's not giving you drop? Because this drop is happening from SAM rule. Yes. Because of that, the firewall load to the kernel. That is the purpose of that. See, I have learned new thing. Now I have a next video on this. Yeah. And now what we will do, we'll witness this. Let's go ahead and leave that SAM rule from there, and let's see if it works. Choose SAM rule. This guy is got imposed. Let's remove this one also. Close. See, do you install the policy? No, nothing. Just automatically done. So, but for now, we need to install the policy because of this uh, new arrangement. What we are going to do now. So let me go to the policy, and there is this specific IP address which is getting accepted, right? So let me say, let me drop it. Okay, give it a name, drop 21. Yeah, it's fine. We just want to recognize it's getting dropped. Let's publish and push. Install. I don't want threat prevention for now. want to take it. This guy. Yes. Let's try. Do this. Yeah. I want to see if the policies got installed or not, but due to this recording, I'm not able to see that. But I think I can take it on the screen for now. Okay, the policy is not get installed yet. So once it's installed, we'll see effect here whether the packets is getting dropped or not. Okay, it's taking time because this is a lab and the CPU and everything. We stopped the SAM rule. Okay, that's why maybe the load again come on the firewall. That's why it's slow. Maybe I'm just thinking. Do you see this? Yeah. So for now, I'm just taking to this to the other screen. So at least I come to know that it's getting pushed. Meanwhile, instead of that, let's see what is the CPU status here. See, 52, 29. See, 80, 86. Yeah, 99. Yeah, yeah. You have the. I'll just show you. Okay. So let's come back here. Logs. Do you see top sources, top destinations? Just click to that. It will give you. See how much traffic is utilized. Yeah. Penalty box or zero template rule. No, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about this drop template. This is the only term. This, I don't see there's a penalty or something like that. Drop template. Yeah. Yeah. We will teach this when we'll go to all these templates, how they works, everything in detail. I don't know what level now it's getting got installed or not. Let's see. Okay, I can see it's got installed. Now go to this. Let's see if the packet is getting. We can see the drop 1 192.168. We should see the drop, or maybe let's see the packet is still allowing from somewhere. Sometimes that is happens. Maybe my doubt is clear. So it's getting dropped by any drop 21. Okay, okay, there it is. Okay, so we are seeing the drop. Okay, and if you see, it's saying rule 6. Let's see what is that rule 6. See, drop 21. So that means we observe two things. One, your drop this suspicious activity rule. If we enable that, it will not impact your firewall processing, right? And as we can see, this command is giving us the output where the drop is actually happening from the CLI, from the your policy. Okay, with this command, we will see that the drop is happening from the policy, and whatever the processing is happening to drop this packet is from firewall processing on that. So here is the efforts are taken, and due to that, the firewall also having the say hard time. Let's see the CPU 5%. So I think after dropping that traffic, it's under control because it should not go more than 10%. Still, that IPS thing is running. Okay, no, it stopped. See, because of the policy. Okay, this thing is got stopped, and due to that, we are under control. Okay, so dropping the traffic also make sure your firewall get load less. But accepting traffic will process more on having the more processing, right? You getting me what I'm saying? It's little bit, in deeper level that I'm not talking about the basics. I'm talking about when you reach to the optimization of the firewall. During that, these questions will ask you, like the SME, they will ask you questions, and now you are witnessing that, and where, what, how happens. Okay, so we got, yeah, yeah, yeah. This month I have put it around say 40, 45, or maybe 50 plus videos. Yeah. My purpose is like at least now you should be confident on the checkpoint firewall. Like at least you can deliver the work, right? No worries, man. Uh, so you want to perform this on your lab now? Okay. So we are good at this point from this monitoring and smart logs and this troubleshooting, right? Yeah. We also have a scope to see the layer 3 packets where we will run those AWS monitor. Okay. Uh, we will do that tomorrow. But now we'll finish this work from your perspective. So if anything comes in your mind, just ask me, and then we'll wrap up this. Okay. So you can share your screen now. Let me stop sharing. Okay. Stop presenting. Over there. Uh, I mean, from the checkpoint team itself, we have too many people there. But my one of my colleague, whose name uh, Dan Westland, he, you heard about him? He Westland. So he's previously working with the checkpoint tag, and he was one of the the hyped and one of the intense person in terms of the checkpoint. He was very good at checkpoint. Yeah, yeah. So I want to ask you this: do you specify the default gateway, like it will reach to the firewall, something like that? So if you're not able to do that, due to that, if your network will get down, something like that, is it? Your host is from that VSX only, right? So there will be no connectivity issue. Yeah. So there is something called IP static routes. Where is the default? So what I'm saying, the PC from where you're trying to hit to the gateway, okay, that PC or that machine has the default gateway of your firewall IP address. Okay. So which path is taking? If you do the trace route, that's why you are not locating that traffic. Put that -D so it will be fast. I mean tracer -D. It will work. Yeah. Do the tracer 8.8.8.8. Yeah. So that gateway is our firewall or is your router, right? So that's what I said. If you modify something here, like you change the default gateway, your connection will lose, right? So what we need to do, we need to install another virtual machine with the Windows Server OS I have given to you. Yeah, so you just go ahead with that. So we'll be having a play machine, so we can play with that instead of not changing things. So this is a machine you have already configured. Awesome, awesome. So just change the default gateway for that machine to our gateway. also give it a DNS dot .8 dot .8. Now try to do preset. Uh, it should reach you first to your over to the we need to do the network connections. Are we able to go outside from the firewall? Take the put, yeah, take the session of the firewall and try to do. But I we are not able to go outside from the firewall. Mhm. Okay. Now we have a scenario. Now go to the logs and check what is happening on the firewall. Of course, it may be dropping by the firewall. Something is happening. Go to the export mode. Let's run that to a magic command. I'll just type command for you over chat. WCTR, debug, WCTR, debug, plus drop, web IP. Yeah. You instead of that IP, you have to put the IP address of your new machine. Now go ahead and generate the traffic. Okay, it is dropping. See, one of the cool reason you will see here. What is that? Now go to the smart log and see this. I think this is spoofing, but let's see. Here only give that IP address, the new IP address. Oh, wait. I think. Go to the gateway, security gateway. No, security gateway from the from this smart console. Yeah, not there. Go to this thing. Go to that logs. Go again there. Go to the logs. Send get to the logs. Okay. Log storage. Okay. 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 Look at that additional setting. Forward. Logs. Okay, wait. Ah, use log forwarding setting. Create try to select that log forward setting. Log server. The very first option. And give it SMS address. Let's say okay. Let's see what it says. Let's say the forward needs to do. Just select it all the time. Something like that. What options are there? What was the first one? Fetch. Okay, just okay. Say okay to that and say install the policy. What I'm suspecting the logs are not coming onto the manual server because from the firewall you are seeing the logs, right? That at least we should see. But again, as I told you, remember anti-spoofing logs you will not see on the firewalls. But let's see, let's push this policy with doubt will be. And while pushing, just go to the command line. Let's read what it is exactly. So it's saying invalid TCP set violation. So this is because of some missetting of the network what we have defined in this yes, because of that this is happening. That's what I know. But maybe this is spoofing thing. We don't know, right? But at least you know the how to see the drops. Okay, from the CLI. In real environment, if you run this command, you will at least come to know the drops. You know why it's happening. Let's go ahead with the uh, this setting. This policy is getting installed. Wow. So this time we selected the IPS. Okay, that's why this will take time. But anyways, the policies got installed. Let it happen then. Let's go ahead and see the logs. So you have selected some long log file. That's why it was not showing that time. fw.log is the recent one, right? You selected fw.log, right? So yeah, yeah. So that was the recent one. I thought like you were looking on the same and still you're not getting the result. Right. Okay. Now what we will do, let's learn one more important thing now. Okay. Uh, do you remember I have given a tool FW monitor? Copy that tool to this VM, the one which we have created now. Yeah, the one which you just created. Yeah. So now what we will do, we will run TCP dump and we will run FW monitor both. Okay. And we will observe the output. Okay. At all levels. Let this session extend 30 minutes more because we are on the link now. So if we, say tomorrow, then again the link will be not there. And you will be having enough time to, again revise the things. Yeah. Yeah. But make sure take it to that VM anyway. That file. What you do, just take a RDP to that, and then you easily copy paste. RDP session. Yeah. Yeah, you can add the two things you need to do. One, here you need to allow that port RDP 3385, something like that. And the second thing, you from the system itself, you have to allow that RDP session. Tomorrow we will do a smart update and the identity awareness. Okay, and then uh, your netting is remaining, and I think we will be able to cover it earlier than next weekend, I believe. For identity awareness, you need to have this Windows server. So I have given you the old one that will work. If you have any other Windows server, that will also try to integrate. Yeah, that one. If it's not working, that is also fine. Okay. Uh, Go to the putty session. This is a layer 3 and about traffic. And if you notice, there is something there, small I. Okay. The page is not loaded, I'm sure. Just go ahead and check that. Right? Just wait here. I want to tell you something. Now the packet is hitting to your firewall. Okay. But it's just hitting to the firewall and somewhere it's getting dropped or something is happening, or maybe the policy is not, you know, processing with that. Because of that only, you are seeing small I. Small I meant for whatever the packet is reaching to your firewall, okay? But once that processed by the policy, you will see the next mnemonics, which is big I. If it's processed for the NATing, you will see the next mnemonics, which is small o. And then it's processed for to the checkpoint world, it will go to the O. Now, go to the your logs and check whether the packet is dropping or not. So you are what you asked me, that troubleshooting part, CCT, what was that? So that's what we are covering as well now. Better put the IP address. Just open that. Okay. So now do one more thing. Okay. Now go ahead and run the TCP dump. Just tell you the difference between both. Yeah. So now what we are observing here, you can see the packet getting accepted. Okay. Okay. Packet is getting accepted, but after that, nothing is happening on the file. And how we can witness that? With the TCP. Go for the TCP dump now. Go to the gateway and just Control C. And See, you don't have to worry about this command because as you see the FW output, which interface you are seeing there? Which interface? Here itself, on this command line. Go to the command, go to the CLI again. Here itself, see, data is zero. You remember I told you how to get the correct interface from where the traffic is passing? You have to play with both the commands. So FW monitor will give you layer 3 details. So this ETS0 is stays at layer 3 and TCP dump stays at layer 2. That's why this details is not present there. You got my point. Okay. Put ETS0. Now say source SRC space host HOST equal to space equal to, or you want a magic site for the syntax of the TCP dump? Okay, so this is the site for you. Let me copy paste onto the chat. So you don't have to worry about the syntax. Go to the chat. Go to that TCP dump, and here at the right side, here specify the interface. Here at the left side, specify the capture interface. Okay, and the left side. Okay, scroll a little bit down on the on the right side, right side. Scroll a little bit down. Okay, you see there is a IPv4 source only. Click that. Put the source. Now there is add filter below. Okay. Put it and there is a option box and put it destination only. Okay, give it a destination IP address. Destination is your checkpoint site. Just copy paste this 104 here. You are seeing on the this thing. Okay, just click to that syntax which is generated at the top. Click. Okay, it's copied and just paste into the your command line. Enter. Now generate the traffic. Just refresh. Yeah. And go ahead into that CLI. Do you see? Just Control C. Very first packet, just see there. You will see the flag S. See, yes. That means only the sync happening. What it means, the packet is going to the checkpoint site. Okay. But there is no return packet, man. There is no acknowledgement. So now something has to be done so that we'll get the acknowledgement. And why the acknowledgement is not there? Because you need to allow something after the firewall. So there is an issue, some lies in your network topology. Firewall perspective, you're okay because you are seeing the SIM packet, okay, and also you are witnessing the firewall is allowing this packet, okay. So from firewall perspective, you getting the packet, you allowing the packet, okay, but the written packet, it need to be come from where? From the checkpoint, right? Checkpoint server, okay. Although it might be coming, but somewhere it's dropping, and after that it's not coming to the firewall. That means the packet is getting lost somewhere in between the firewall and your outside world. So you have to find that to have this traffic allowed. You getting my point? Yes. Now you can check the setting for this in terms of the, what are the setting. Not with respect to firewall, with respect to the settings you have for the upper layers. Yes. Right. So you got my point how to troubleshoot. Right. That's why I told you those flags, scene, synac, act. If at all this communication was successful, you will see there not only S flag, you also see the R flag or F flag like that. Also, you're witnessing with that FW monitor that the firewall is processing the traffic. Yeah, maybe. Have you specified the 8.8.8.8? Not here, here on the setting, on the VM setting. Right. Yes, you have two options, two output now. Giving you blessing. For FW monitor, you are saying the packet is hitting the firewall. From the logs, we are accepting the firewall. TCP dump gives me indication that the scene packet is going from my firewall. Where is SYNAC, right? My firewall want acknowledgement. That that is different. Okay, if you see first four packets, okay, and after that you are seeing all the push packets. Firewall is trying to push that traffic, but there is no response. Yeah. So just I think there is some issue with the DNS or something like that over the network. Right? As one VM is getting traffic, another one is not getting traffic. Right? Yeah. It's some in chat. And FW, once your traffic is passing well, you will see these all intersection points. Like as I shown you one eye, you will see big I, you will see small o, big O. What has a different significance, different meanings altogether for that, right? Any doubts so far? Yeah, man, that's what I promised you, right? I will make sure you'll be good at checkpoint. No, man. Yeah, that is fine. My purpose is like the continuation as we are doing this troubleshooting. So now that that will be there. So at least you now have a hint how to troubleshoot. So I'm happy for that. Yeah, you can use this. Yeah, yeah. So how this stack they easily run this command. They have these things with them handy. They don't keep typing the things. They just put in the details over there, and yeah, they run the things. Yeah, man. Anyways, so we'll stop here today, and tomorrow, what time? Uh,